Hey! What's going on, everyone? Hey, Time. Hey, Blue Braid. So, I know I said I was going to start early. Here, hold on. Let me switch it over. Because I have been told that some people on YouTube that watch, like, the VODs, fast forward to, like, whenever the starting screen switches out. So before I start talking, I'll switch it out. I said I was going to start early today. Clearly that didn't happen. I had freaking tornado sirens today. That was fun. But everything's good. It's all past now. But it held pretty good. Sirens went off at one point, and I'm just like, alright, well, I'll stream a little bit later. But everything's fine now. No harm, no foul. But that's why we're back to like the normal time. Trial Part 1. Oh, you thought I was just watching by? Momam this year. On either side of them, and I normally watch like all of it. I've just like been watching other things. It wasn't like a conscious decision to watch none of it. I just didn't watch any of it. Oh, he won Kaizo? Oh, good for him! What did he have? What won? Oh, good for him! It's about time. With a Blissey? That's so cool! Oh, that's awesome. I spent many hours watching him play Kaizo, and I'm glad that he finally made it. Was it like a cracked Blissey? I mean, obviously it had to be a good one to win, but... like... No? Oh, you love to see it. Well, congrats to him! And thanks for telling me, yeah, because like I said, I don't think I've watched anything from him or Spike in like 6 weeks at least. And again, it's not like it's a conscious decision. I just kept like finding other things to watch. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. I feel like there should be volume here. And there is not. But there was volume a second ago. So, let's see what's going on here. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Yes, this is not correct. Hold on. Boop. Because it was playing volume a second ago, like the music. So let's see if this fixes it. Yeah, volume's back. There we go. Damn, that's so cool. Congratulations to him beating it like right after Momam, too. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Or we can autoplay. Who'd have thought we'd be back again, back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. Hey, Penguin! And it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsumi. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsumi. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. You haven't mentioned much about the box of SV that you got? That Miriam you posted in Discord from? But oh boy, the box was like, yo, let's go! I don't know if I responded to that. If I didn't respond to that, the Miriam was like really, really cool. And I hope the rest of the box was great too. I think there were a few things I missed. Penguin, the bat dog, was fantastic. So how it works for me is if I like, sometimes I'll look at something and like make the mental note to respond to it in a second, and then like get distracted. And usually what happens is like it'll be like an entire section of things. So like I checked my Discord with like all the things that I missed from like a day or so. And I'm like, I'll respond to that in 1 second, but first I gotta do this, and then like I just completely forgot because the notifications are gone now. It's the card you wanted the most? Let's go! Yes, the bat dog was a good boy. You had to take over today and stayed home instead? How'd they do? I might be going to a baseball game on Wednesday. Bad experiences Friday and Saturday. Yeah, the team didn't do super hot, did they? They're 0-3 now? Ooh. Is this kind of like last year when they started the year with a bunch of their players like up on the main roster? Because I remember last year they started off really slow. Because like Tampa had a lot of injuries and so they needed a bunch of players. Or is it that all the players that were there are now good enough to be on the roster and so you guys are all starting over? Before we continue this also, how did everyone like the weird stream yesterday? Song requests, no VODs, Hades, and Stardew Valley. Yeah, hopefully 0-3 is not the norm in a series. A lot of your better players are struggling, but pitching's the biggest issue. Local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. They make them silver bordered in the Japanese packs? Wait, really? That's really cool. You enjoyed it? Good. Good. Yeah, whenever we do like different things like that, I need to get I need to get feedback on it so I know if it was something that like we should try to fit in more often. Because it doesn't have to be things like that. Like it can be magic, it can be like literally anything that's not super story focused. It could be like meme games. There's a platformer that I have called like Urgai's Action or something like that. And it's like a meme platformer where like you'll run and jump, but there's like a hidden block there that kills you. Much easier to tell rarity as well, plus order the cards makes sense. Well, that's good. It seems like Pokemon treats their card game very, very nicely. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sasato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So all-knowing look on your face is coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Sasato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Rares are in the middle of the pack? But why? Ew, I don't like that. Maybe to protect the rare, so it's not like getting scratched at the back of like the pack. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom. Because, like, I know Magic now has, like, the ad card at the very end. Behind the rare. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. So what was the rest of the box, because you said it was really good? And they were all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear. I meant no offense, Mr. Natsumi, but that's how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught the people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. I agree. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? You literally asked me. I mean, I can go. By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsumi, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsumi. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatoba, Esquire S. Is Esquire S like a thing? I've never heard that. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsumi, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsumi, it's time. Let's go. Yes! You got the gold-bordered Miraidon EX, the Alt-Art Co-Rhydon, an Alt-Art Terra Gyarados, a normal Miraidon EX, and Spidops EX is a good one. Yo! That's a lot of good ones. Congratulations! It's been a while since I busted a box. My second appearance in a British courtroom. Pack opening's so fun. I keep thinking that, like, I would like to get a webcam that's specifically just for the purposes of, like, pack opening and do it on, like, every sub or something. And just get, like, a box and open a pack anytime we get a sub. But then I'm like, I haven't done that yet. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Kazuma, I miss you. The gold-bordered Miraidon is actually rarer than the Alt-Art Co-Rhydon? Really? That seems like a really good box. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. God, you are so cool. The defense is ready, my lord. You can tell rarity based on the number of stars and what color they are. Oh, so it's like a number thing compared to, like, everything having the same logo. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Uh-oh! The cup is getting filled! You gonna throw it? Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. You know what? I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Wait. Is that the lady? The dude's wife? It's been a week since we played this, so I might be mistaken. There's only 3-star cards in the set. Gotcha. Wait a second! Hold on! What are we waiting for? Don't I need it anyway? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well. Let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Saseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Oh, there it goes! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Wow, lady! Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Okay. I love the running, forgive the discourtesy of suppling, hallowed chalice. Like, I'm loving this running gag, and... Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Smashing my hallowed chalice. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. And full art professor's research? It sounds like you had a great box. Oh yeah, I remember. Last time, we were pretty sure that what happened was there was a fire in that person's house. He opened the window and his wife was throwing shit at him. And she threw a knife and hit the lady across the street. That's what we've been established. Like, I think that's what we guessed was the answer. Usually, the assumption in Ace Attorney is incorrect, but that's the leading assumption going into it. Name and occupation? Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Is there a difference between summarize and summarize? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon? Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. You don't know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. Hold on. Let me check, because I think that's an actual word too. Yes. Surmise. Suppose that something is true without having evidence to confirm it. Okay. So yes, they are very different words. Oh, I might have said surmise. I meant surmise. My bad. Yes, they are very different words, though. Research being legal, new standards, certainly suppling. So what exactly does research do? I don't know anything about the Pokemon card game. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Oh, Wheel of Fortune? Yeah, that's pretty good. If I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. I've played it a little bit, but not enough to know the cards. And I played it like back when it was like Gen 1. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused. I love like Pokemon cards. And like I'll open a pack once in a blue moon. My cousin really likes Pokemon cards, and whenever he gets like a bunch of duplicates, he'll give me some. But like, I haven't bought my own Pokemon cards in a while. Yeah, the art for them is incredible. And I love watching like opening streams. Like I know Feeny does some Pokemon card opening sometimes. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her. This is the case file. Thank you. Alright. See what's up. What of the weapon that was used? Hold on. What was this again? Okay. Too complicated for you to compare when you used to play? All the EX and DX in pairs and full art with unreadable text. Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of different new types of cards, right? I'm sure it would be like how Magic would look if you played like 20 years ago and then tried to come back into it now. Actually opened the alt art Gardevoir EX from the set, which is the other card I wanted. Nice! I do like Gardevoir. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggly-looking Saseke, I suppose. Forget text as cryptic command. There's a textless Omnath. There is a textless, like, 4-color Omnath. It's just like full art, says 4/4 and has the casting cost. Like... Game is quite different from set 1. Yeah, from what I can tell and what I've been heard, it's like exactly like Penguin said. It's like everyone's playing like Storm. Where you basically just like go through most of your deck every turn. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? First of all, you shouldn't presume. Oh. I'll be honest, I expected suppling. I expected something to be here, but there's nothing. You're kind of interested in that boomer set with pre-constructed old people's decks? Yeah, I know there's like a... I know there was like a anniversary set that my cousin opened a lot of, where everything looked like the old cards, or at least a lot of the ones that he gave me did. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? The card flow is quite high in the game, but the game is a little slower than you would expect. Let's see this. Yeah, this is the one, because I have the Blastoise. My cousin gave me one of the Blastoises, because he opened like 2 or 3 of them. One second. Okay. There's some deep-seated resentment? Oh yeah, I'm sure I could learn it too. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsumi possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Uh-oh. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Pray forgive the discourtesy of me throwing this bottle of champagne into the spectators, dousing them in alcohol and shattered glass. This guy's great. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. See, that seems like a logical fallacy, Van Zeeks. Scotland Yard doesn't arrest people without good cause. They arrested Miss Natsumi, therefore they had good cause. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being the number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here. Look at this photograph of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. As you can clearly see, the books which you are referring. I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. What is GLC? You Nipponese are spying this breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Wow, everyone's so racist here. Yeah, I mean, this don't look great for us, I admit. I see no problems with the knife, nor the photograph. You know, last time things jumped out immediately as being wrong. Oh, to be a challenge like Pokemon Commander? Neat. I might be playing, like, my first, like, actual Commander game soon. Need to find a deck, though. Denying everything. I played, like, Commander before, but it was never, like, full-blown, you know, 4 people that all knew each other. Like, I played online a couple times, like, on MTGO, and, like, you know, one-on-one, or... Because there was, like, a one-on-one Commander for a little bit, I think. Like, You can only have Pokemon of one type. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun, Penguin. I gotta figure out if I want to try to do like something like super silly and dirtily or what. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. Yeah, I don't know if it's the format for me either, but I want to try it. I'm having fun playing Magic again. I kind of just like stopped buying things and just like played when I felt like it and stopped making it feel like a chore and just like played decks I enjoyed instead of like trying to super hard ladder and things like that. It's been fine. I've had a good time. Yeah, that's what I figured. Commander with like your actual friends seems like really fun. You have a lot of stored credit from the time CFB gave it out for subscribing. Oh yeah, they did do that for a while. Is it still like useful? Because I know they like got bought out by someone, didn't they? Mr. Natsumi's admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, that sounds good, Penguin. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream. Collapsed on the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. A green overcoat? That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, let's see. 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. Unusually light fog. Light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've heard that London's famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Yeah, I have zero desire to play Commander with people I don't know. Like, zero desire. Like, going to one of the Magic Cons or whatever it is, whatever they call them now, and paying a bunch of money to sit in the command zone and just play Commander with random people sounds like the worst time I could possibly have. Could not, like, figure out a time that sounds worse to me to spend money and do that. But hanging out with some friends, having some pizza, and playing, like, some Commander, that sounds fun. And maybe I end up not liking it, but, like, I'm excited to finally give it a chance. There's 5 kill a pile to play multiplayer. Had a few epic games like 6-8 people. Yeah, that sounds fun. I used to play a lot of Mental Magic with other people as like the multiplayer game while we waited. Mental Magic was fun. We just had like, you know, a giant stack of trash commons. And then you can play anything with the same mana cost. So anything that's like 2 and a green, if like you're playing the 2 and the green card, you can make it any one you want. It's like really fun. I was not very good at it because like one of my friends was like really good at it. Like they knew like every card. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Back no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Are we sure? How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. If they're witnesses, then other people were there! That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means you really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say the poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement. But it wasn't to be. Well, maybe that's because you do trials 2 days later. That is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Lucky he's on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsumi's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. The books. Secondhand books they were, irreparably damaged after falling in the snow. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsumi had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being the number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must. I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and, Meerschaum Street? As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Okay. Welcome Map's info has been updated. I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home. I think that what the detectives told us could turn out to be of vital importance. I agree. The most important being the bookshop's location. Couldn't agree more. So where is it exactly? Yeah. Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. Got the map out and everything. Use red, bloom, and ink. Drew the blokes route home for you. I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Council. Oh, yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Okay. Oh! That's not the bookstore he went to! Your books! Oh!
Hold it!
Do 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 do. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books.
Objection!
Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson? What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Oh, I get it. That's actually a really good name for a used bookstore. Oh my god, that's actually like an S tier name for a used bookstore. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsumi did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop in which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. After all, I have a street map here if that might be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all, but we know he was there, he admits it. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. It could be right. Where is it? Well, we looked into that. Turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east. Okay. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Uh-oh. Glass is being filled. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. Damn, buddy! I thought we were cool. To your future career in the circus. Damn! We just got bodied twice. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yeah, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me. You literally... Oh, and there's the Sun Ring. Yeah, it's literally the person that I believe is the murderer right there, for what it's worth. For those that missed last week, we found out that her and her husband were having a hissy fit fight because her husband bought a used book, and in the used book was a note that was like a love letter addressed to someone without the name of her husband, and she flipped her shit and started a fire. And then they opened the window to let the smoke out, and she was throwing shit at him. And I'm guessing one of the things she threw was the knife that flew out the window right across the street from where that lady was walking and hit her. That's my guess. That's what I've been thinking since the beginning. So we'll see if we're right. Yes, she's also, should be in trouble on her own. Because... And I felt bad. I felt really bad for jumping to conclusions. Because her husband has her, pretend to be a maid because he's embarrassed that he doesn't have a maid, right? And so when I heard that she was, flipping out at him, I was like, wow. What else did you do to this poor lady? And I kind of blamed him. And it turns out that he did literally nothing wrong in this instance. Except buy a used book. He even said, dear, that's not my name. And she's like, so you say, which is just like, when when someone's so mad, they can't even think logically anymore. And you're just like, okay. And beg your pardon, terribly sorry. Would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsumi is guilty. We must think. We must consider the assertions put forward by the prosecution. The claims that Seki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Raise an objection! It's not necessarily true! It's fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsumi could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. I'm very confused about this entire train of thought, because it has been a given from everyone involved, including the defendant, that he was just walking by, and then she got stabbed as he was about to overtake her. So, he admits that he walked by her. This part shouldn't be relevant. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator for this crime. But, yes, I've got it. So, I do want to say, I love Van Zieks. Like, Van Zieks is great. I love, like, the character and, like, the running gags he has and, like, the character design. He's really funny. I really enjoy him, like, going to town on how shitty, like, loan sharking is. Like, high interest rate loans, even though they're quote-unquote legal. But, I definitely think Van Ziek's logic and stuff is well below that of both Edgeworth and Von Karma. Maybe even Godot, even though I haven't, like, finished Godot's game. But, like, those three all seemed, like, when they said something, it was usually like, ooh, yeah, that's a good point. And this time, a lot of the times that Van Ziek says something, I'm just like, I mean, just because you say so doesn't mean it's true. Guy could go the other way around. Like, it's not that big of a difference. He could also cut through some of the back roads. Who knows? Like, obviously we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsumi which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. He's got good barbs, though. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, I agree with Lord Van Zieks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh. Well, that was fast. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo! No, not yet. This is not over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury! I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. I like the sliding up of the badge. I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written to an antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his Onkus refusal to throw in his ally. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. He admitted himself, didn't he? No. He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Well, I can only have been the victim. Ben wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind? How dreadful. I don't care, can't we just wrap this up now? Got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Well, I don't see any obvious contradictions in any of those things. Are all too clear. When stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced. Why do we have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. 4 of them, at least. No choice but to forge forward. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Rinosuke, you can do it. He did not. Oh, I can press on these? I still understand myself 2 days ago. You're a banker? After Gold Rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of respect, of repute. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me nonstop. Anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Hold it!
The defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. This lady sucks.
Hold it!
No proof that shows that he did, is there? It's missing its point. I got nothing.
Hold it!
Yes. Teamed up with Charade. Taking stock of his character? What? Just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Okay.
Hold it!
Can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. I see. That must be very hard. You go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. You're out digging up the roads on the day of the incident? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. Oh! By that old bookshop! Yes! Please, sir. It's important. Okay, so lesson 3.
Objection!
There we go. Those two statements are at odds with one another. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. Well, I guess this was relevant. They must have taken the longer route. I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? For number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. This whole prosecution's argument should be filled in. That's what I say. I like the method of shooting fire into scales like 10 feet behind you. We need to find one more clue or discrepancy. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Bantiques is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. Alright, what you got for me? Not worth a visit. Why? What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. What time do you visit your books on the day in question? Picking out books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Are you sure all the time? Mm-hmm. Oh, he's got a green overcoat! What do you mean? Oh, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Oh my god, that's who he saw go down! Oh, this is so different than what I thought it was already. Oh, I thought I had an idea of what this case was, and I had no idea. Knocked myself clean out. Really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's incredibly fortunate for us. Wow, poor Natsumi, he just saw someone slip and fall and thought they died and like ran away. And then someone else closer died. Oh, I know how to do this. Yeah, I know how to do this. I got this, Sasato. Put.
Objection.
Those two statements show a flaw in the juror. What do you? Oh, I know that the woman didn't actually die, but the guy thought that she did. That's why he ran away. What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Whatever do you mean? Old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. The man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. We are all aware of this. Poor young woman who was stabbed. Objection, no. Can we really be sure of that? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Look at that. My goodness. Sorry? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who we saw collapse in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Wear a beautiful green overcoat? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience. But, you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. I would too. Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Hey! We no longer have a consensus. Trial continues.
Objection.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? The hallowed chalice. Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Objection.
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated. Took the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? A little less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree? Can't say you're wrong, no. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Can't just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench and just meanderings around town. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to the lodgings, Mr. Natsumi walked down Briar Road. And old man. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Was there suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Can't say as I remember. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. This is such a weird trial. Like, we're so focused on, like, the route home. I don't think any of that actually matters, because, like you said, the books are there. You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Because you can't talk during the summation examination, Judge! We went over this last time. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I want him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. My hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Yes! The cape is off! So my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Witnesses, state your names and occupations. I like the scarves. Constable Rolly Beat. Nothing to report on the streets. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. Sounds what policing duties should be. I wouldn't just be falling asleep at my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes. For the London, Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, This man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Raleigh Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him clear as day. But you just said it was silhouettes. Once again, I'm still so confused why, like, we're spending so much time focused on whether or not he was there. What an unfortunate, but chancy. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. The life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? The witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They're testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsumi. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination. It's our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Not for strapping women only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? My brother looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Sits you down to the ground, don't it? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Raleigh, I much prefer you in uniform. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Can I adhere to the point? You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day. That's right, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But police is my life. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What is that? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Listen to the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Miss Beak puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Aww. This is cute. What a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold. Can't describe what happened next. Two silhouettes appeared out of the fog.
Hold it!
The plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Yeah, they both have stars in their eyes. It's really cute. Quite certain it was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. It's not right, my darling. Aww. These two are cute. I'm beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsumi, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Tell me more about scattering, Suppling. Books, I assume? Yeah, books. Doop 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 doop. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. He was the man in the dock without question. The mustache, the hunched back, cat-like eyes, top mouth, stub nose, everything. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. Hey, Bambi! How are you? Yeah, I love them! They're super cute! I'm kind of jelly. How are you doing today? I hope you rested up well. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help in a nearby police box. No, no one has explained the pun for them to me. It's Rolly Beat and like Patricia Beat. If there's a pun, I'm not aware of it. Maybe it's Rolly Beat. Oh, Patrol Beat. Oh. Oh, because they do say, oh, Pat, oh, roll. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, I got it. Since he's a Bobby. Yeah, I get it now. No, that one went over my head. That one went over my head. These two are super cute, though. I love how they have stars in their eyes for each, like, in general, but, like, for each other. This is, like, a very weird case so far. I'm somewhat confused. Because we've been spending a whole lot of time, like, trying to establish if he, like, was there. And so far the answer is yes. But, like, we've known he was there because his books are there. And he said he was there. And, like, for a brief second I was like, oh, wait, no, it was the other juror that slipped and fell. That's who he saw. And then I thought we were going to go down that road, and then they kind of, like, crossed that off and was like, nope, that's not it. He was there. And I'm like, okay, then what have we been doing? I'm very confused. I still maintain that I think what happened, nothing has happened yet that makes me change my mind from last time we played this, which is maid wife during her fit of rage was throwing stuff and the window was open because of the fire, and I'm going to guess that she just like was hurling things and one of them was a knife and fell out of the window onto this poor lady, which would be like catastrophic. But like, so that's where I've been at. Nothing has made me think differently yet. But I am aware that usually when I think I know what's going on in an Ace Attorney trial, I do not know what's going on in an Ace Attorney trial. So I'm still patiently waiting. Personally, you think it was the lion? Excuse me, I thought it was the cannon that they fired, like, periodically to announce dinner time. You've heard of, like, the dinner bell. This was just the dinner cannon. How was Raid? Did y'all make any good progress? It was good? Yay! I'm so happy for you. I think our raids might be, like, stopping until the new patch. Because one of our members was talking about just doing it on our own, like, whenever we have free time since it's all unlocked now. So I don't think we've all, like, discussed it, but, like, we might be done. So did you get new prog, or did you just get, like, caught up consistently to where you currently are? Because both of those are good. You only saw Limitless Desolation a couple of times, but H1C was better. Nice! Yeah, from what I can tell, High Concept seems like batshit insane. Y'all are making good progress. I'm so proud of y'all. I really hope y'all are able to clear. It is if you're blind. Yeah, so like, I watched the video for Phase 2 once, and like they were explaining to me what was happening, and like my brain was not processing it very well. Maybe it's something where when you see it, it like makes more sense, but like the video description seemed like super confusing. Look at the debuff and do the thing you're supposed to do. Gotcha. Well, I'm so happy for y'all. Like, you're getting so close now. You're getting so close. Clearing the tier is always like super hype. I've done it once, and I was super hyped. Oh, I don't know if I told you. I went back into Prague a little bit for the first time in like a couple months. And I've got phase 1, not phase 1, I'm sorry, animal 1 down pat now. Because I used to like struggle a little bit on snakes when I would need to be the swapper. And I also struggled a little bit on not fourfold. What's the mechanic between the two animals? Where like I have to stack in the corner, and then if I get the flare, I go to the marker, and if I don't get the flare, I go in. But I've got like the two animals and all that down pat now. But like fourfold is just really confusing to me still. High concept 2 blind must have been absolutely stupid. Oh, I bet. I absolutely bet. Like, that is not the fight I would want to try and learn blind. Like, some of them are really fun to do blind because, like, there's, you know, all sorts of different ways to do things. Like, I loved when we did Rock to Pasta blind and Ramu blind and the Bird Vortex blind. You trolled in phase 1 for the first time in weeks? Probably would have killed first try, but you fucked Snake 2. I pressed the button. Oh no! Whoopsies! Whoopsies! Yeah, I gotta figure out if I want to make a serious attempt at like progging it again when it unlocks here Tuesday. I think I could probably at least do phase 1 if I like, you know, watched the video again, made my notes, focused up, and gave it some time and effort. I gotta figure out if I think I can do 2. I should over, of course, and went to help the nearby police box. I went. I might not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yo, find someone that you feel the same way that, like, these two feel about each other. Oh my goodness. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty. Like, look at how proud she is of him. And look how much, like, he likes, you know... This is so cute. This is so, like, actual goals. You finished the first half of this right before raid. And started 2-1, your favorite case? Oh, let's go! Okay, so you, like, blew past me then. I guess I didn't stream for a few days, so that makes sense. Because I know for a brief time I caught up to you last weekend. Yeah, chat's been telling me... I don't think I've talked to you much about it. Chat's been telling me that they really suggest not taking a break. Because my initial thought was to, like, take a break between 1 and 2. And, like, do, like, Fire Emblem or something. And chat's like, Fire Emblem's way too long. And, like, these games are kind of designed to be played back-to-back. They're not, like, 2 separate games that are related. It's kind of like one really long game. So, I'm leaning towards doing that. If I had a shorter filler, go for it. Okay. I'll see if there's, like, a shorter filler. It's 2 halves of one story. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do, like, a short filler thing. But I'm still having a good time with this, so, you know, we might just, like, barrel right through it. We'll have to see how we feel at the end of, like, the game, because we still have, like, one more case, right? And if I remember, the last case is usually longer than the other cases. Because if I recall correctly, the one where we go, like, find Edgeworth was, like, really long also. 1-5 has some meat on it. Okay. 2-1 is your favorite case? Not the best case by any measure, but it's your favorite? Hey, I know that feeling. Like Danganronpa, my favorite case is Strawberry Grape House. I know it's not the best case, but it's my favorite. Because it was the one that, like, I really, really enjoyed the puzzle thing going on. I loved, like, the little escape room. and I really enjoyed like the process of figuring out, wait a second, what's actually happening is this, and like I just really liked it. Strawberry Grape House Fox though, yeah, it really does, right? I love it. It's my favorite one. 2-1 does still have a short recap and gives you tutorials. Okay, yeah, it might be something where like maybe say Fire Emblem to replace Persona. You know, the other thing you could do is not do a different game. You could just do like a week of Persona to like make progress in that one instead of like doing like every other day or whatever. But that's, we'll figure it out as we get to it. I'm not too concerned. Yeah, Strawberry Grape House is so good. It's funny because like a lot of times that I mention my favorite Danganronpa case to like other people, and I mention Strawberry Grape House, you usually get like a, oh really? Because I think for a lot of people it's just like a middling one, but I love it. Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. And again, I'm really happy that raid's going well. I'm so excited. I can't wait for you to clear, because I know it's going to be like super hype and well earned. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance. What do you mean exactly by the right police box? Hey Quinn! How's it going? Depends on the crime's location as to who deals with it. Oh, I gotta find the jurisdiction. Well, the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. You also can't wait? Then you get to grind out everyone's gear in a couple of nights and then have a nice 1.5 week break until the next year. Yeah, it's coming up pretty soon, right? Do we know when it's being released? Because like I mentioned, it's not like a guarantee yet, but we have been, or it has been mentioned in like the chat that like we might be done for the tier. They've only done the first live letter, okay. It's pretty weird, but you don't actually remember cases in Danganronpa. You only remember the guilty parties. Let's see if I can remember it. Okay, I'm gonna go through the Danganronpa ones. Numbers in the bathroom, number 1. Sauna for number 2. Locked room for number 3? No, locked room is number 4. Oh. Exercise room / gym for number 3. Locked room for number 4. Yes, you're right. Locker room, gym, whatever it was. Number 5, I think, was the mysterious body. Oh, was locker room 2 and then sauna was 3? Okay. And then it was, I think 5 was mysterious body. Oh! Oh, they sure were, weren't they? Okay. Oh gosh, I guess I can't remember either, Blue Braid. Because I'm missing one then. Because it was that one? Oh, that's right! The pictures and the Justice Hammers. Yeah, okay. Justice Hammers, then Locked Room, and then Mysterious Body. And then Mysterious Body Revisited. And then Finale, right? And then let's see. Number 2 was dining room. Was it like the pool room or something? Like the room to go into a pool was number 2. And then number 3 was the music place. Gosh, it's been so long since I played 2. Yeah. Cause it's Danganronpa 2, I believe it was like the dining room, and then the pool room, and then the music room. And then there was a 4th one that I don't remember. Jeez, I don't remember that. And then I haven't finished 3, so... Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? I love the matching scarves, too. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man.
Hold it!
How could you have seen me clear as day if you said we were just silhouettes? Oh, is it one long scarf? Oh, that's even better. What of the fog? Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth. You would remember it, Blue Braid? Yeah! I will say, like, I've always felt that way about them, but somewhat replaying Somnium Files was really nice. Even though I knew, like, what was all going on, it was still, like, you forget enough of the details that it was still a good time. You're doing good? Got some Pokemon cards yesterday? Had 3 cards that are pretty nice. Nice! What'd you open? Got some new clothes today? Let's go! I absolutely love hearing that you got yourself some new clothes. Especially with, like, the fact that you hadn't got anything for yourself in a long time like that. Like, it's really, really important to sometimes just kind of splurge on yourself and get you things that you just like. That's wonderful. Oh, I'm so happy. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Saseke. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsumi ran away from the scene on Briar Road that day. I feel the same. That's true. Where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Notable cards were an alt art penny, a cute Grivard, and a cool... Oh, I got an Arcanine EX? Excellent! Yeah, I know that feeling, by the way, of, like, not having bought yourself any cool, like, any nice clothes in a little while. And then, like, finally get yourself something and be like, yeah, I like this. So what do we do? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony. Might be able to discredit them. Okay. We must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. That sounds like a great day, Quinn. Yeah, ask away. You don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Out with it. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Post in Discord later? Yes, please do! Got a couple other EX cards that were just Pokemon you don't really care for, but your friend buys a lot of cards, so we'll do some tradesies. Hunting for the Fido. No dice. Just buy it outright when you see it somewhere. Yeah, I love Fido. Fido's super cute. Yeah, I was talking to Bluebraid a little bit earlier earlier during the stream, because Bluebraid was talking about opening a box of Pokemon cards also. I really should, like, get me a box of Pokemon cards and, like, a webcam. Like, Pokemon and Magic cards. And, like, get a little webcam and just, like, either have them as a redemption or have them as, like, a you know, every time a sub happens or something, and just, like, crack packs sometime. It would be really fun. Yeah, cracking packs are just really fun. Now that Dunsparce has an evolution, Fido is your least favorite Pokemon? Oh no! I love the little doggo! Little cute doggo! Surely there's gotta be one worse than cute doggo. Oh, is Evolved Fido really, like, playable? What about the books? I tell the names of every single one I could. Every single one! And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Why don't you tell me every single one? I won't do it all. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony. Oh, is it immune to fire? If send me the card, it's mega adorable. Oh yes, please do, please do. Eyes emoji.
Hold it!
Yeah, why don't you do that for me? Its ability boosts defense by 2 stages hit by fire, and it's immune? Jeez. Speaking of, shoutouts to that clip you posted in the Discord where someone, like, burned their own Pokemon so that they wouldn't get slept. Oh, let me see this. Oh, that is so cute! Oh my gosh, that is that is lovely art. I love it. Look at it! It sees snacks. Aww. I did it for Raleigh. Yeah, that's really good. What's your husband doing at that time? It's so adorable. This includes using Heat Wave? Oh, yeah, that seems pretty good. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? You ever count the titles in the books? Tell me, 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 tell me. The picture of Monsieur somebody. What's it your names? Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Thingamy's sublane. Oh. Well, that didn't work the way I was hoping it did. Shit. I thought, oh, here we go. They're going to be different books. We're going to get this. No. I see there are one or two holes in your memory. They're along those lines, I'm quite sure. Yeah, she's a little confused, but she got the spirit. She's great. Along those lines. What did I tell you? I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, Darlene? Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Oh my god! That went from a 3 to a 10 real quick. Alright, yeah. Terrifying. Shout out to the guy who won regionals today, winning his second regionals in the 3 he's played, and top 16 the other. Holy crap! Killing it. If Kazuma were here... $4? Hold on. $3.
Objection.
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of lunch for somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the Thingamy's sublane. Sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books, which is, again, a fantastic name for a used bookstore. And it details Mr. Natsumi's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Have a look at this photographic print. Look at this photograph. There are only 3 books. I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. No!
Objection.
I love the animation of her punching with him. It's plainly evident that it is your power of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Uh-oh! What cannot be denied is at least 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. Uh-oh. The hallowed chalice. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. The frequent lava plume user is Chiyu now, but you don't even need to turn it on yourself. No. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Oh, he sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you? What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? Only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. Oh no, the chalice! Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. The Lion's Pride. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Chat, we are getting absolutely crushed in this trial. Ordar! There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the book purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq? It's a really nice card. What's its yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabarreau, in fact. As Coda just heard, the witness remembers. The book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but it does not seem odd. Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. A second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The 4th book has been entered in the court record. Why does that sound familiar? The Lion's Pride. Was that in the, yes, that was in the... I think they mentioned it in, like, the apartment. Like, the man and wife. Because he liked lions or something, right? We had, like, the whole joke about that. Aha! Huh! I plick in indeed. Look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? This may not have been as accidental as I thought it was. I was thinking it was just like a full-blown accident. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. See, my theory was that, like, it was just a happenstance. Now I'm not so sure. You rest already? What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, but futile. The spurious, longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Wait. But you're already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is a decision you have to make all too apparent already? You've heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Miss Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Can't wait, sorry.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Yo, let's go. I like it. Miss Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sasato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? Yes. It's just possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. We must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it, Sasato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Let me make sure I've got everything in this photo. Is there anything in this photo I might need? No. Okay. I can't let it go to waste. Oh, Bamfy, you mentioned you just finished, like, the first one of this again. Of the 5 cases, which one's your favorite, just out of curiosity? Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The 4th book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the 4th book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. 1.5 is really good, but you think it has a few detractors that keep it from being better than 1.3? Yeah, 1.3 was really good. 1.3 was really good. Gosh, I hated that guy. So far, and not including 1-4, because, like, obviously I don't know what's going on in 1-4 yet. But I think it's been pretty cool in that each chapter I've thought was better than the last one. Like, I liked the first chapter. It was a good, like... It was a tutorial, sure, but it was like an actual chapter with meat on it, and I liked it. And then I loved chapter 2, and, like, not even having a real trial and doing all, like, the Shulm stuff. And then the case for chapter 3 was, like, really, really great. And then, like, this one's been really fun so far. Especially, like, the investigation portion. But it's a fun ride. You do enjoy this one? Yeah, I'm very perplexed at, like, what's going on. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Blue Braid. Dropping Trial 3 in Trial 3, and, like, because that was good enough to be, like, the final one, right? Where, like, things really pop off. And instead, it's like, no, my sweet summer child, you don't even know. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yeah. It's, the fact that it's burned to shit! I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case? Na. Oh, wrong button! Wrong button! Ah! Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. Oh, what truth does this charred book hide? A charred book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, then. Explain. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. Its content? The shop? No, its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? This guy, right? Moonface. You know, the description that they kept using for Saseki is a pretty apt description for this guy, isn't it? The mustache, the thin face, something about the eyes, hunched over because we know his legs messed up.
Take that!
The answer is that this book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But, of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir. Didn't ask for all of them. I asked this one. This outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hardworking member of the public? You besmirch her without a shred of evidence? I call to the stand Herlock Sholmes to back me up. Am I allowed to call witnesses? Have I ever called a witness in this game? Like, I know obviously in real life defenses can call witnesses, of course. But I'm trying to think if I've ever called a witness in this game.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. If I snapped off the actual solution of this game, of this case, if I snapped off the fact that, oh, so she threw a knife out and it went out the window and stabbed this lady, I'm going to retire champion from all murder mystery games. Going to retire champion. And if I did not snap it off, if I'm not correct, then I'll just keep playing murder mystery games until I get one right off the bat. A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. I knew I remembered that name. The Lion's Pride? By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Raleigh? Me either, Patricia. You two are a shining example. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me. Also, this track is good. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
I am. Oh no, wait. Is it too early for this to be being said if it's accurate? Oh, it might be too early. Are we at like the end of this trial? I guess it has been 2.5 hours. I didn't realize it'd been so long. And there's no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. Window is open! But isn't that conceivable that the window was open? Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather. But don't forget the fire and the smoke! No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? Yes? I believe it's a possibility. You can't prove that it's not, sir! That's quite enough. Oh! I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer? You're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly forgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh no, the chalice is being filled! I like to imagine that underneath the little box that he's in, he has like an entire case of nothing but chalices. You know, that he reaches down and picks up a new one and then like throws it against the wall and grabs another one. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. Oh, speaking of vintage, I learned something the other day. So you know how like whiskey or various like alcohols will be like, 30-year aged or something. If you buy the bottle and then don't open it for a few years, that does not actually age it as well. It's talking about like specifically the number of years that it's set in like the barrel or cask or whatever. And I did not know that. I thought it was just like how long it's been since it was like made. And I thought that it sitting in like a closed bottle continues to like make it better. So if you buy it now and wait like 10 years, it'll be even better. But that's not how that works. So like I thought that was cool. Learn something, and now maybe y'all learn something. Maybe that was a learning stream for chat for once. It's normally a learning stream for me, but maybe I taught someone. Press 1 in chat if you learned that just now. That bottle's like those cups and ballparks that they fill from beneath, so it's never empty until the massive vat underneath it is done. I really did teach you something. Let's go. Yeah. See, I had no idea. I learned it a couple days ago. I always thought if you like bought like a 10-year aged whiskey and just like didn't drink it for 5 years or open it would be 15 years aged. But nope, it's just the amount of time that's spent in the barrel/cask. And once it's out, like that's how aged it is. I don't know. I really don't know. Because that's what I thought. I thought that's why people would always like keep it for so long. Was because it was making it better, and like that's not the case apparently. I said the word vintage, so I was gonna talk about magic. Yeah, I guess usually if I say vintage, I am about to talk about magic. Misconceptions, they're collectors, or they want to compare, or for special occasions. Yeah, that makes sense. I do. I do have a nice bottle of champagne for a special occasion that might be getting closer than I thought. After like the big news of the week. You really drink alcohol, so I never think about that? Yeah, I don't drink it much myself. I used to. Yeah, I guess that makes sense too, Bambi. Like, you buy a really nice one that's like really well aged, and you just save it for like a big occasion that's going to happen at some point. That makes a lot of sense. That's also really cool. Also have a drink like now and again. But now I usually only really drink when I'm like going out. Or like with people. I used to drink on my own some, and like I decided I need to stop that when I was like in college. I was like, nah, that's not great. Some beers continue aging if they still have some yeast in there. Someone has an Enjoy By series that they intend for you to drink before a certain age. You've also had an Enjoy after. Oh, well, that's pretty cool. Drink occasionally at events, but nothing that lasts. Just like some cans of whatever or cheap wine. Yeah. Like, you know, a drink or two. Like, I'll have a drink or two at dinner or something if I'm going out. My days of binge drinking appear to be over, or at least like are on long hiatus. Funny story that I'm not allowed to mention ever on the infinitesimal chance that I meet your sister. Okay. Neither she nor you ever got any of that wine because the staff doled it all out while you were doing other shit. She never found. No! Oh, that sucks. So she didn't even know. So she didn't even know that it was like a thing that happened. She doesn't even know that she missed it. Oh, that sucks so bad. At her own wedding? What were they doing? She's supposed to like get the first one. Like that's the way that works. Oh, that sucks. My lips are sealed. Gosh, that's awful. You throw hands? Yeah, I'm close to it. Oh, Bamfy, that's awful. Yeah, that is something. Look, I am not one to like want to keep things from people I'm close to. That I'm like super close to. That's something that like I ain't ever saying a word. You know, if that's me, that is never ever leaving like my lips towards them. Because that's gotta be that would be like crushing and devastating. Generally sad and upsetting, but like it's so ridiculous that it's kind of funny. I gotcha. I'm currently at the sad and upsetting part, but I'm sure that over time it will seem more funny. Because right now I'm just like actually kind of mad. Yeah, hands being thrown, Quinn. I'm right there with you. Excuse me, who is responsible for this? Gosh, that sucks. The foot. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. See, Van Zeek's heard this story, Baffy, and is like getting ready to give him all the boot. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? Yeah, you know what? I'm honestly sad that there's no forgive the discourtesy, because like I kind of love that. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your decisions.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, this is not going well. We are like the worst attorney. On a much happier note, Endwalker Hildebrand has been peak content. I still need to do that! I haven't done any Hildebrand yet, Bampy. I need to do that. It will be done. I will do it. I keep forgetting it's a thing. I love Hildebrand stuff. I know, right, Penguin? It's back in fine form. Yeah, because we didn't have any in Shadowbringers. And I remember it was really good in Stormblood. I remember, like, cracking up at it. I think I even streamed my Stormblood playthrough of it. Because, like, that was back when I would stream Final Fantasy XIV. That's twice now. It's over. Don't give up. Have you forgotten? Battle's not over yet. Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination! One more chance. Oh, even you remember Hildebrand shenanigans? Oh yeah, they do shoot off fireworks! I'm glad Hildy's been good. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't tend to trick anybody. I tend to uncover the truth. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Oh my gosh! To be continued. Okay. Well, I'm gonna save, and then I'll stand up and stretch my legs real quick, and we'll keep going. But I want to leave y'all with some music, so we'll go to the first screen. I am so sorry. That story sucks. I'm so sad. I've considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination. I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready? We are. State clearly and concisely for the court the grounds which you find the defendant guilty. Music? Okay, I will be right back. Stand up, stretch, grab a drink. All right, let me take a sip. Ah, delicious. Let's get back at it. Let's figure out what's going on here. The accused left behind evidence at the scene. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. It's only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. It's over with. Gotta bring home some pay. Do you get paid for jury duty here? I wonder. Maybe the sneezes. Okay. Oh yeah, one more second, sorry. Okay. One notable exception, of course. I was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. The court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Oh! The chalice! No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime! Yo, have a great night, Blue Brave. Thank you for hanging out. If the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. It's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Who stabbed the woman, and how? These two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. There I was, thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Bum bum bum, jury examination! Oh, there's the witnesses back there. Hold on, let's see if I can see, like, the one scarf. Oh, no.
Hold it!
There were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? Every possibility of the 4th book is, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal. I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. There's some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider. Am I willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a light on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So I read them in the first place. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. What are the puzzlements, then? Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you'd come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. It's your very best! Glad you admitted rational there.
Hold it!
Yeah, but was the window closed? What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. I can be so sure. Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? Just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what was the point of even having windows? Counsel, you kindly refrain from childish bickering. Eh, my bad. Feel like y'all are forgetting about the smoke, though. Okay.
Hold it!
Define critical hit. Or direct hit. Well, the little book was on fire. The flames of love. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to portray a fiery love. You didn't even do anything, lady! Gosh, you were nutso. Don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. He's used to it. That's why it's over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in trouble. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Otto. No! They love each other very, very much. And they do not subscribe to the tired and true quote-unquote humor of, I hate my spouse, isn't that funny? No, it's not funny. Kinda sucks. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Define sneezes. About the defendant's culpability in this case? What's that? You have to speak up, laddie. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. That sounds incredibly dangerous. Okay, I don't know what the threshold is of number of candles on a cake before it becomes dangerous. I feel like 75 is well over the threshold, but I don't know exactly where the threshold is. Because at that point, it's just a flaming cake. Like, there's fire all over the cake. Maybe it's a formula involving cake area? Yeah, we need to investigate this, Penguin. We need to investigate this. Like, does the frosting matter? We have to find, like, the area of the cake. The width of the candles. Yeah, someone has to have had figured this out before. Me too. That's my secret. I'm always a hungry nerd. I'm always hungry on stream because, like, I always, like, eat before, like, well before stream. And then I eat, like, after stream. So, like, during stream, I'm just, like, hungry. Bet you there's a world record? Okay, I'm immediately searching this. World record for most candles on a cake. Dear Lord. They recently set, as of 2016, a new Guinness World Record for the most lit candles on a cake with 72,585. This is apparently what it looked like. This is apparently what it looked like. You could not... I would not have even been close to being close. Good grief. Yeah, they understood the assignment. They're like, okay, I know what's up. People do some really strange things to get Guinness World Record. Yeah, I guess that's true. Imagine how much planning went into this. Oh, I know. Do you see all the people with, like, the, Oh, what are those called? Oh, it's not torches. It's not flamethrowers. The things that they're using to set it on fire. They're, like, all around there. The little handheld things. It's not a lighter, either. I'm completely blanking on the word. Of course not. It was an angel cake. Okay, I love angel food cake. I also love devil's food cake, though. So, you know, little column A, little column B, I guess. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain. Anyway, I must have all my puff to blow them out. Okay, I need to follow up with, like, the second question. Let's see if there's an answer to this one. Guinness... No. World record for most candles blown out in one breath on a cake. $50! The record for most candles blown out at once is 50. My algorithm's gonna be like all messed up. Only unless it blown wrong somehow, the flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? How do you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, they threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. Reminds you that someone you knew in grad school just published a paper about Oreoology, where she and colleagues studied the physics of Oreo cream in way more detail than we thought possible. Okay, so like, I know that kind of sounds silly, and I understand spending a boatload of time on like Oreo cream sounds silly. But I will say, I have had Oreos, and I have had every knockoff Oreo you could possibly imagine. All of the knockoffs taste somewhat similar. The Oreo cream somehow is the best. And like tastes vastly different than like the rest of them. I have never had a knockoff Oreo and been like, wow, it tastes just like Oreos. But I've had like knockoff pretty much anything else and I've been like, yeah, that's pretty good. When you twist apart an Oreo, the cream stays attached to a cookie from the same side of the box? Really? What the hell? Oh my god. See, this is something terrible to give me, Penguin. Because I love reading, like, in-depth shit about stuff I have no idea about and, like, ultimately pointless. I love learning things. To the degree that for the longest time, I was always that weird, like, fun fact person that, like, would hear something and be like, oh, I've heard something about this, and then, like, mention some cool thing that I thought was cool. No one else really did. And I've learned through, like, social interaction to stop doing that. Because it's not nearly as cool to anyone else as it is to me. Or interesting. But, like, this is the type of thing that I'll like, read the entire thing, and then at some point someone mentioned Oreos, and I'll be like, did you know? It has to do with the way they're put together, where the cream is piped onto one cookie and the other is pushed on top, and then it gets put into a box in a uniform direction. So cream sticks hardest onto that initial cookie. Oh, that's so cool. It's not that pointless. There's the whole food science industry that gets a ton of money to investigate this stuff for when companies want to launch new products. That's true. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, good call. Good call. It might sound like very silly and pointless at first glance of just like, we studied Oreo cream. But no, you're right. There's like actual relevant stuff for that. How much time went into making sure that the Dorito taco was both a Dorito and a taco? No, I didn't. I did not. The Doritos Locos taco. You know what I haven't had in a while? I've not had Taco Bell in a while. It has been like years. It might be time. I usually go like years without having Taco Bell, and then I like gorge myself on it for like 3 days. Like going there every day. And then, like, stop going for years again. This was effectively funded by the Department of Defense. That's so cool! Like, I wonder how you come up with, like, I want to know. Because, like, it has to start with someone saying, hey, is there, like, a method to the madness of why, like, the cream stays on the cookies certain, like, so much better for Oreos or whatever? Let's investigate. But, like, I wonder how someone like thinks of that in the first place. Threw water over me. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, we had to open the window to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave. It did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Oh my gosh. But no, I did not hear about the Doritos Locos taco. Pit them against each other. That's the spirit.
Objection.
These two juror statements contradict one another. How exactly? Don't point at me again. Juror number 3. Do you see? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! Therefore, to clear the smoke, either Mr. Garadeb or his wife almost certainly opened the window. That, you cannot deny, would be in no way out of the ordinary. No, I suppose it wouldn't. Oh, she's freaking out. Hold on. Hold on! When you get to my age, you learn a thing or two, you know. Hey, what's going on over here? Oh, you know what? Hold on. We're about to set a new Guinness record of numbers of cups of tea had in a row.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that? Oh, I love Futurama, yeah. My favorite Futurama joke is when they're doing the quantum horse racing, and then they do the photo finish. They like have to look at it with a microscope to see who won, who was closer, and then Farnsworth is like, "That's no fair. You alter the outcome by measuring it." My favorite King of the Hill joke is when Hank Hill uses a smaller can of WD-40 to loosen the can of his WD-40 so he can open it. Yes, the coffee episode when he has like infinite coffee. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How do you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for me. Please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? Beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Aha! Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to otherwise. That is an unhealthy way to deal with stress and anger, lady. I also have an unhealthy way of dealing with stress, but it's much more of a, keep it to myself thing instead of like healthily talking with other people about things that are stressing me out. But at least I don't like throw shit at people. The window was open. Must have that added to the formal statement. The window was open. It's definitely open.
Hold it.
Uh-oh, did I get it wrong? Oh, okay, I guess I did not get it. Okay, my bad, my bad, my bad. There was one, he said maybe it was open, and she said it definitely was, and I was trying to, like, show that it was 100% open, but apparently I didn't need to do that. I'm sorry, Sasato, I was doing my best. But I'm not a lawyer. Okay. Oh. I guess I need to press this, because I haven't done that yet. Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of the Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it? Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why do you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What's up, buddy?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Futurama's so good, by the way. Like, it's got really funny episodes, and it's also got, like, soul-crushingly depressing episodes. The one with the doggo is, like, legitimately made me cry. Like, for real, for real. Like, not a, oh, that was sad, I kind of sniffled a little bit, but, like, actually cried. We're so sad. It was, like, so sad. You call her Granny, you cheeky devil. I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Please tell me that's not because you're so used to being hit. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck to the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Was I right? Was I right? Are we getting there finally? Where she threw a knife at him? I can smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night. I can tell you. If I was right on this, I'm going to be so happy. That's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Because I don't think it was like an obvious answer. The point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. But what types of relationships are y'all having? I have had one thing thrown at me in my life. And it wasn't anything dangerous. You just, like, communicate poorly? Like... As a woman, no? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's a thing, game. You mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Sasato. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. Thank you. At least attack with honor. Using a bow or the like. There you go. Yeah. Challenge them to a duel at high noon. That's fine. What? Attack? Who are you? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be really significant, I think. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. Alright, but you know what? I will say, Sasato, if your dueling weapon of choice is a bow and arrow, that's kind of cool. Like, respect.
Hold it!
Yeah, let's talk about the kitchen knife here. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? Yeah, Shisato knows what's up! She was chopping meat with it, had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. Chat, if your significant other literally throws shit at you, that's what we call a red flag. It's actually probably well past a red flag, and I highly suggest like reevaluating your involvement in said relationship. You don't deserve to have things thrown at you, even if you've made someone like frustrated. Healthy, mature people, like, you know, communicate things when they're frustrated. They don't just, like, throw things at you. There was a cup, and then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bath... Hold on. She threw a bathtub at you? Excuse me? Your wife must be even beefier than you. Yeah, strong. Seriously, flex. You know, if I could throw a bathtub, maybe I'd like want to show that off sometime. Not in anger, but just in like a, hey, check this out. This is cool. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. I think it's Thames, right? Like I think like I don't pronounce that H. Or is it Thames? Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. That's right, okay. Look, I'm all for, like, being into someone that can, like, beat the shit out of you. That doesn't mean you want them to actually do it. It's more like Tim's? Oh, okay. In the Tim's. Yeah, can, but won't. Exactly. It's nice to know that you could. I'm on board, sure. Just, like, don't actually do it. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed into the Timbs a few too many times by their wives. That's an interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay. Hit you.
Objection.
With you. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Bride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. Alright, I'm a little concerned now. Because we just started this chapter, like this part, and we're going right into my theory, which usually means my theory is incorrect. But at least it was more plausible than the canon from the last stream. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Alright. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here. You Eastern Galah? I don't know what Galah means. But it can't be good. It is said in a derogatory manner. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was the knife!
Take that!
Papa! Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. Can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? No! Maybe she picked it up and then the second object, the knife, got her. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before? Faint. That is a yes. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. You are... Wait, what was it? Metropolitan, rational, and... It was another M word. I don't remember. But it was very metropolitan and rational of you. Modern! Yes, thank you. Very modern, metropolitan, and rational of you, miss. Thank you. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! Even the foreman's like, look, I'm mad at you, dude, but like, we gotta solve this. This is fun. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. You know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Hey, old dude at the end, why didn't you do it? We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Yo, seriously, Sasato is amazing. I love Sasato. Trial continues. Oh, are you ready for like the hissy fit of the century from Von Zeeks coming up here. We're gonna have to pardon so many discourtesies. Here it comes. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Yeah! But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. Is there a such thing as, like, bad wine? Is wine like pizza? Because, like, I haven't had too much wine, right? The few like, I've had some wine, and they've all been fine, but I would not call myself, like, a wine connoisseur or anything. Is wine like pizza, where, like, even the bad wine is, like, still pretty good? There is bad wine, there's box wine, okay. Because I know there's, like, bad liquor. We have had to buy the bad liquor many times before in my life. And there's bad beer, I know that. But there's good boxed wine as well. But also really bad boxed wine. Okay. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? Uh-oh. My theory's about to get, like, absolutely, like, decimated, isn't it? Van Zeeks is about to call me all sorts of an idiot. The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. So, I do want to say, before, like, he absolutely crushes my hopes and dreams here, really well-designed cases in this game where, like, I jump to the conclusion that it wants me to jump to in advance, and it makes me think that that might be what happened, and then it just, like, laughs at me and says no. It happened in the other case, too. It happened in, like, the other trial as well. And of course, it also happened in, like, the one on the boat. But, like, sometimes these games, you, like, jump to the correct conclusion very quickly, or the game expects you to, like, think one thing, and, like, that's not what you're thinking at all, so it's hard to navigate what you're supposed to do. And instead, in this one, because, like, that's what happened to me a couple times in the first Ace Attorney trilogy. But in this one, like, I'm biting everything hook, line, and sinker. Really well designed. The distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some 15 yards. "14 meters. Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. As you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. Could have picked it up before being hit by the second object, the knife. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? No! I think the book hit the ground, and then the person saw a book fly and hit the ground and picked it up, and while they were bent over, the knife came. But as I say that probably doesn't work. 15 yards is very far. They would also probably drop the book as soon as they got stabbed, if they were holding it beforehand. Which means... is all of it nonsense? Okay, now I'm very confused. When I say it's all of it nonsense, I meant, like, is the whole story between the Garadebs, like, not true, and Mr. Garadeb is the one that did this and, like, scattered the books? Because they had access to the books. They're the landlord. Because we keep hearing the description of the person that was behind the lady. Okay, let's think here. What would be the motive, though? If it's nonsense. Also, I love this song, so I'm like kind of letting it play while I think. I'm not sure. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Yeah. There's nothing I can say to that. Well... crap. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. I mean, I get it. He's pretty cool. Mr. Sato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? Oh, she's pissed. See, insult the defendant, and that's fine. Insult Mr. Naruhodo, and that's fine. Earlier, you insulted, like, not you, but like one of the jurors insulted, like, women in general, and Sasato was not happy about it, but she kept her composure. But now you've insulted Erlock Sholmes, and she's about to flip her shit. Maybe let's pick our battles here? My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Oh, this is gonna be so good! Defend the honor of Erlock Sholmes. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Yo, get him, Sasato! To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive, a cross-examination of a juror? This case is awesome. I love this case. I'm so, like, hooked and invested, and I don't know what actually happened right now. Or why. I thought I did, but in Ace Attorney fashion, I did not. It was unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Uh-oh. There goes the bottle! Say the line. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Being a witness in, like, an actual trial sounds, like, actually terrifying. Like, even though you're not the one in trouble or anything, gosh, that sounds just, like, so stressful. Constable, Raleigh Beat, reporting for duty. Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now. Haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat. A villain? Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Damn, we almost got to, like, call a witness to the stand. But no. Or the witnesses in the stand to testify again. Yes, sir. I still haven't seen, like, the attached scarf part. I need to, like, get another one of those wide-angle courtroom shots from behind. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garradeb. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garradeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Oh, nothing jumps out. Now, what does top-hinged casement windows mean? That detail's not in the police report, Constable. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Oh, he's doing like the Discord pleading face. Or maybe not pleading. There's one with like the two fingers. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. You know, I'm starting to think the description "learned friend" is a little condescending. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's room. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge. Glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Well, shit! You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There's never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be. Van Zeeks is crushing us this trial, by the way. I think Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Alright. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Constable Pete's report. The case has nothing to do with Mr. or Mrs. Garradeb, believe me. A London Bobby is good for his word. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It's the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir. Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. The shining, like, star eyes are so good. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, just one thing. Yes? I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Oh, hold on. Hold on! Protect peace. 20 miles around its beat every day. Oh, shit! Wait a second. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, it's clicking, it's clicking. When a crime is discovered on this beat, a policeman must assist with an initial investigation, help detectives. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Yes, yes, Strimmer is brain blasting. Let me cook, hold on. They moved it. He was getting off work, they had their anniversary date, and they saw on the same side of the road the body. And maybe even the person running away. And they were like, hold on. Right across the street is someone else's jurisdiction, and they picked him up, put her down, called someone else, and went on their date. Because they just said that anything thrown would hit the window and fall straight down. So the knife hit the window and fell straight down while this lady was picking up the book that had just fallen first. Okay. Throws book, hits window, falls down. Person walking down the street is like, what the hell? A book just fell. Bends down to pick it up. Now the knife falls, hits them in the back, they crumple. And the policeman is like, what the shit? I'm too old for this. It's my last day, I'm about to retire. I'm just gonna move. I mean, that's obviously not what happened, but like, they just, pick up the person, shuffle them over, call the other detective, tell them what they saw, and go on their date. Yes. This is what I think has happened. This is what I think has happened. They don't open fully. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house. So they're restricted as to how much they open. Therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Yes. 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 And that factors in how the route back from the bookstore was. So he sees the old person fall, takes off, because he thinks the old person's died. In like the green coat. And runs from right across the street to the left and into his home. Or did we already disprove that part? Because earlier there was like the juror that said they were also at the bookstore and slipped and fell on the ice and knocked themselves out. And they were also wearing the green coat. And then we kind of like backed up off of that one. And then like they insinuated that, well, no, he could have just jumped over the gap in like the pavement up top and went the other way. Or I guess he could have been coming this way too. I don't know. You're right, you're right. Those are for sure his books at the scene. Okay, so he was coming back this way. Yeah, I think that's what happened. The book fell, this lady was walking down the road and just like bent down to pick it up, and then the knife fell and stabbed her in the back, and she just like crumbled. Okay, that's my new theory. Oh my god, that's so big brain. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the old guy was just like a small like, hey. And then I was like, wait, what? And then I believed it for a second, but that's not the case. Okay. Ah! God, this case is so good. Would have been so hard for someone to mention this top-hinged casement thing before. Ryunosuke, we've got it. We've solved the case. How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
You have something to add, Mrs. Beat? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Yo, have a great night time. Thanks for hanging. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? I feel terrible for the poor woman. Don't misunderstand me. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Raleigh's beat. It was so close, you see. Mm-hmm. And how close was it? I hadn't realized. I had! Oh yes, that Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Raleigh's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Wait. Hold on. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. But if it was on the other beat, why were you the one helping? Interesting. Yo, seriously though, it's super, super cute just how, like, into and proud of and happy with she is with him. It's, like, super nice. And I don't even really super blame them of being like, nope, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this. I mean, obviously I do blame them if that's what happened, but like, at least I get it. I'm sure it's like the cop equivalent of me working at a at a restaurant and we close at 10 and someone walks in at 9:58 and you're just like, nah, nah, I ain't doing this. This is someone else's issue. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garridev household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garridev household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. I knew it! I think I'm there. Unless they, like, got me with another red herring, in which case they got me hook, line, and sinker on it. Like, I mean, I bit hard. But no, I think we got there. That's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case files information has been updated. Because I know I've definitely seen stories, like, for real. I shouldn't say stories, I should say, like, instances where there was, like, jurisdiction dispute over, like, which side of the road something, like, someone was found. Or, like, some crime was committed. And, like, the two, districts were just like, no, it's yours, no, it's yours, no, it's yours. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Which means... Okay, Ryunosuke, if a flaming book flew out of the window when it was nighttime, it would be even more noticeable. But Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star. Starlight will guide us through eternal happiness. Can't guide you to answer the questions. If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting... Yeah. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course. Which with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. We saw the poor woman fall to the ground. We ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Nearby police box. I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expecting to know the location of every police box on every beat. Shirley told me the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, you would love me then. My sense of direction is terrible. It used to be good. It's not good anymore. It was really good in Florida because like everything was like a grid. And so I could orient myself like really easily and like picture where like things were. I'm not on a grid anymore. And like I get all types of turned around now. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Oh, please. You know landmarks? Yeah, I can do like landmarks. Or like general directions like that, where it's like, well, I know the big so-and-so thing is over there, and the thing's supposed to be a little like to the east of that, so I guess I'll go this way. But if you like dropped me in the middle of the city and said like go north, I would have no idea. Seems kind of unhealthy. It might be a little thick. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Raleigh was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Nothing to report? My eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon? This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadev household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. They fit perfectly if you're bending down to pick something up. Plus you get hot easily, so sharing a scarf that massive while indoors would be unpleasant. I do wish I lived in scarf weather, because, like, if I do say so myself, I think I rock a scarf pretty well. But I never get the chance to wear one. Except for, like, maybe, like, 1 or 2 days a year. And because it's so little, I don't, there's no need for me to get one. When I went up and visited Boston, I had one, and ooh, yeah, it was good. Got when you were going to interview at Cornell? Nice! You know how hard it is to find a scarf anywhere in Southern California? Yeah. I grew up in South Florida, so I do know how hard it is to find a scarf. I'm sure it's pretty similar. You have a few scarves that you never get to wear? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I love scarves. Like, I would love to, like, have one. I think I might have, like, an old one tucked away, like, somewhere in a box. But I don't have one readily available that I get to wear every year. And I have, like, a nice little cute beanie cap that I really like. That I never get to wear either. Outside of, like, 2 or 3 days a year. I think, for those of you that have been around a while, you've seen it the few times I've done, like, webcam streams. I think I was wearing it when I was doing my my Halloween spooky webcam stream, like, a few years ago. But yeah, I would love to have, like, scarf and little, little beanie cap weather, and get to wear gloves and cute boots. You don't believe me? Oh, wait, what did I do? Hold on, no. Ah, okay. You know what seems great, but I actually don't want scarf weather. Is that what you're telling me? You know what? You showed me the picture of all the snow you got, and it was really, really pretty. But it would be something that I would love to see, and then be really annoyed when I was cooped up for like 4 days inside. For the East Coast, over here you do enjoy wearing them. That only just melted in the last couple of weeks? Oh my goodness, that was out for so long. That was like ages ago. That was like a month ago. Month and a half ago. So, yeah, I was going to say Bamfy, because I don't know for certain, but I imagine it's warmer where you are than where I am, just by, like, longitude, direction, etc. So I figure if I, like, barely get to wear scarves, you probably don't get to ever, right? Yeah. Because, like, at least for me, every once in a while, like, once a year, it'll drop into, like, the 30s or, like, slightly below freezing or something. On the roads, it's not long, but it does just sit there on the grass and stuff for weeks. Yeah, so the last time it snowed here, it was really funny because the snow all melted the next day, except for, like, one area that was in the shade next to, like, the building I was at, right? So you would have, like, it would be like green grass everywhere. Or not green, but, like, like grass everywhere, like the dead grass, because it's winter. And then there was just like this one patch that never got sunlight because of the way like the angles worked, and like the snow was just still there the whole time. It's really funny. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make any testimony less valuable. Yeah, so yeah. Maybe I would be sick of it if it was like constant, but gosh, I love winter clothing. Which is a shame for someone that grew up in South Florida and lives somewhere where it gets to be 100 degrees all the time. You don't get to wear winter clothing very often. Get all bundled up, nice and cozy. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. I heard that. A Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't. Duly noted. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction's a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. The weather's been getting quite nice lately. Temperature's been creeping into the teens occasionally, which is nice. Nice! I, unfortunately, did not have great weather day today. I had tornado sirens and hail. But it's supposed to storm a little bit like the next day or two, and then it's supposed to be in like the 70s to 60s for like a week straight with like cloudless sunny skies, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm glad that your weather's been getting much better though. Conversion in my head, I can't remember the teens. He just said he heard a tornado siren earlier? Yeah, mine went off 2 different times. But that doesn't necessarily mean it was tornado-y, like tornado. They started doing my sirens here a little differently than what I'm used to. Used to, it would be like just if we received like, hey, you know, look out, tornado very possibly nearby, right? And now they seem to kind of do it just for like hail and like things that like don't be outside. So it goes off a little bit more, like it went off twice today, but like on 2 separate occasions, I mean. But they ended up being nothing really big. It hailed a little bit. You've never had tornado warnings here? Thank God. Oh yeah, it's miserable. I hate them. Like, I've dealt with hurricanes before. Hurricanes didn't bother me. Like, you know a hurricane's coming. It's like, it's going to be here in 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. So you go get everything. You make sure, like, you're in the room that you need to be in. You board up your windows so that nothing, like, breaks the glass. And you just kind of, like, ride it out unless it's really bad, and then you bail. But you have, like, the time to figure out what you want to do. Tornadoes, you're just, like, hanging out watching a stream on Twitch, and suddenly you're like, oh, shit, what? It's terrifying. Hate it. Ugh. Super scary. I used to love like weather events when I was younger, because like Florida thunderstorms were like really nice and peaceful. They are not that way here. They like really scare me sometimes. Would terrify you, but you'd think that might be because you saw Twister one too many times. Yeah, Twister's like a really spooky movie when you think about it. I totally understand. Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida used to have a Twister ride where you would like stand in an area and they had a simulated Twister come by, and so you could see like the things flying and like feel the wind on you in the rain. That was like pretty cool, but I think it got turned into something else because like Twister's a little older than like the park wants now. They got rid of a lot of like the old stuff. Like Hanna-Barbera became Jimmy Neutron. Also, it's really late. Oh my gosh, it is past 12. Okay, let me finish this one because it looks like we're at the end of this like cross-examination, and then we'll stop after this cross-examination. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. But I'm very glad that your weather's picking up. I know you've mentioned that you don't really super love like the super cold and snow and stuff. So I'm glad it's all melting and getting a little bit warmer. Spring is on its way. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross. Excuse me?
Excuse me.
No sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Well, in a way, yeah. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. Well, the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. How romantic. I've forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat! This bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Ben Zeeks is like... What am I doing here? What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Raleigh gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then he went to the police box to report it to the policeman, whose beat it was on. Yes, I came back to the scene together with the other constable. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? Oh! I got on the wrong side. No! You went to the right side! Your husband moved it. On his own. Well, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Raleigh brought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Van Zeeks! Look, he's trying his best, buddy. I think it's cute. If someone walked up and handed me this, as you put it, sorry, solitary rose, I would be thrilled. So, like, I would be so appreciative. So stop being so dismissive, buddy. Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet. Raleigh bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadev household! In front of the Garadev's house. Yeah, that was so mean of Van Zeeks, wasn't it, Time? Although it wasn't noticed till the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance in the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. I'm starting to see what's going on, starting to figure it out, starting to piece it together. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I will do my very best not to forget. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report on that front, so...
Hold it!
Okay, no. Yeah, I already did this one. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here. So am I. So am I. Someone else has been hiding something from us. I'll go back to this one. Nothing strange to report? Are you sure?
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. On the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described... Van Zeeks! You know why you're so hateful of this rose, buddy? It's because no one gave you one, huh? If someone gave it to you, you would be thrilled. You would not call it sorry. You would be like, oh my god, thank you. Co-signed? Yeah, we're on the same page here, Bampy. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Hey, Surf Wizard. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I would be, like, legitimately thrilled. It would make my... Not even my day. It would make my fucking year. I would be so happy.
Objection!
Meager. But if that were the case... Why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? I love the little glare Sasato makes every time she starts to pull out the book. She's like, oh, I'm about to end your whole career. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. Your girlfriend thinks cut flowers are dumb and would be ignored. Yeah, so flowers definitely not for everyone. And if you know you're someone that doesn't like them, that's cool. That's cool. But you shouldn't you shouldn't crap on it when it's someone giving it to someone else who is like super happy and thrilled by it. Like, she's so excited to have it, and he saved up money for it and worked hard. And Van Zeek's over here just like being kind of a jackass. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Raleigh didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Curious. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Raleigh's done something wrong. I do. I think that's exactly what he did. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's all it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, what is it called? Tampering with evidence? Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo! That's right! But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? None other than Raleigh Beat.
Take that!
23. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Raleigh Beat. It was you. Now, is this the place to stop, or do I want to continue on a minute? I want to continue on a minute. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. No. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well? But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. No! Because they had a dinner reservation and they're very selfish. The end. It's not that elaborate, buddy. he was like, it's my anniversary, and I really want to go to dinner. And all I have to do is move him 5 feet, and then, like, I'll get someone else to come look at it. And it'll be fine. It's no biggie. No one will know. But we did know. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Yo! Have a nice night, Quinn. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here very, very shortly. As soon as I get to like the end of this line of questioning. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Miss Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? I have, says Otto. Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Oh, there's the scarf! Oh, that's super cute. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Bum 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 bum.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious, this case is so good. Oh my god. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard, but these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. It's buck wild. It really is. Like, and I love the music. We're all popping off now. This game is so good. But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. I just want to point out, by the way, Van Zieks being like the ultimate prosecutor in Great Britain, the Reaper of the Bailey, that everyone's afraid of. And then us coming over from Japan and just crushing him twice reminds me of when I thought I was like the hottest shit at Halo, because I was like good in my friend group. And then I got online against actual good people in the world and got smoked. Was like, oh, I'm not good at this game. These people are better. Mr. Naruhodo is better, Van Zeeks. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is Vince's theory about what really happened this evening. How do you respond? Constable Raleigh Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What this lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. Oh no, we're gonna shatter her, like, whole worldview. And she did nothing wrong except support him. Oh, this is gonna feel bad. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Oh, look at her dress, too. It's all, like, patchy. Ordar! Okay. So, I'm gonna ask this one question. Is this, like, the very end of this case? Where, like, within 10 minutes or something we can get to the end of the chapter? Or should I stop now? Because this seems like if we're about to go through a whole nother, like, cross-examination and stuff... and there's more to it. I should stop? Okay, let me go ahead and pause. And save. I'm very close to the end. But not 10 minutes close. Okay. Yeah, I should go ahead and stop then. And then we can just start this next time, finish this case, and start the next one. I want to thank you all for hanging out. Thank you so much for spending your evening with me, everyone. I hope you all had a good time. I did. I love this game. I'm having so much fun with it. And we've learned lots of stuff today. We learned what the world record is for most candles on a cake. We had a nice little chatty chat about, you know, don't throw shit at people and don't, like, allow yourself to have shit thrown at you. Like, reevaluate your situation if that's happening to you. And, like, don't hate on people that are excited about getting gifts from people they love. Good little lessons for the day. We'll be back tomorrow at the normal time, I'm sure. Let me find someone to send you to. I'll send you over to Solomon. I haven't like done the solo memes in a while. Playing Etrian Odyssey 5. I don't know much about that one. But I'll send you over there. Have a great time. And I'll see you tomorrow. Night chat.